Bitches. Why is my microphone so far off? Hold on. Let me recalibrate this real quick. And also, hello everyone. Also, y'all aren't getting this for free. Hello, hello, hello everyone. It is I. I'm tired. I'm too tired to do my intro. What's up? It's me, Rika Readman. You know, that happens. I understand. I understand. It happens. Sometimes you trip, fall, and your face hits the Fumo redeem. I get it. I get it. I get it. You couldn't resist. Happened to me last week. Anyway, hello Strange Noise, hello Big Fat, hello Mimic, hello Piggly Pants. Welcome to the stream, everybody. How are y'all doing out there? I'm just gonna check one thing real quick. I gotta see. So, like, Limbus Company is, like, the only gacha game that I play. And I play it strictly for the story. So I gotta check. The new season drops next week. And I gotta see, do I have enough resource to get the character that I want? One of the characters I want, which is Gregor, which I don't. Nowhere close. Wait. Painter Otis good? Season 5. The Barber of La Mancha Land. Also, hi Gilead, thank you for checking in. Hello, hello, hello. God, she's so... I'm very normal about this woman. Anyway, sorry. I'm done thirsting over Otis. I don't have enough. I'll talk with Lydia now on Monday. Anyway, cat room. How y'all doing out there? So... Today's been a busy day. Well, okay, so... As you know, we were up until 3 AM last night playing Among Us, which was pretty fun. Pretty fun. Yeah, that's the end of my sentence. I logged off, laid in bed for like an hour, and slept. Woke up like 11 o'clock. So I probably slept like 6 hours, 6.5 hours. Talked to my roommate. We went grocery shopping. That took a few hours. So we got back home like around 2 o'clock. We got some fast food for lunch because we're fucking exhausted and didn't want to cook. And then I rendered a video for a friend. And then, actually, I watched anime. And I ran my Limbus Company weeklies and dailies. Oh my god, I love your roommate. Yeah, I know. Gillial. I thought of you earlier while we were shopping. Just, you know, we passed by that certain section, and I'm like, oh my god, it's Gillial's section. If you ever visit, well, I know where to shop for somewhere for you to stay. Yes, it's just because puppy. Listen, is there any other context needed? If somebody says, I saw a pet bed and thought of you, because you're dog-coded. Also, that is literally the full context. I deserve the bonk. Am I not allowed to sleep in Astrid's bed? I don't know, that's between you and them. However, you could get a fluffy pet bed instead. Honestly looking, when I look at, like, the things that they have as pet beds, which are just, like, big cushions with, like, fleece on them, I'm like, damn, that would be really comfortable if it had more support, right? Like, damn, if this thing had, like, you know, more than a thin layer of cloth or fleece or whatever, if it had back support, that'd be pretty bussin'. You know, cozy. I like fleece. I like fleece a lot. Chat, what if I just opened Elden Ring right now? I'm also thinking, the voices. Hello, Wise. Welcome to the stream. I'm also thinking, like, damn, I am still pretty tired. I was really tempted to cancel my stream today, but, you know. Fuck you, it's Matt Engarde Day? God. What did I miss at the end of last time? We went up to Hot Samus Aran and accused her of trying to kill herself. And then, what happens after that? Oh, and then the killer is like, I've got your little sister, your Emoto. Better get that verdict. And then you see Maya be like, what if I took this random calling card and escaped? 48 friends have played previously? Oh yeah, it's a popular game. Hold on, let me see. You know what else is a popular game? Final Fantasy XIV Online. Oh wait, that's the free trial. Hold on. You know what else is a popular game? Limbus Company. 7 friends have played recently. What about Guilty Gear Plus R? 3 friends. Okay. Oh, 55 friends have played previously. What about Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3? 44 friends have played previously. 9 friends have played previously. What about Dark Souls Remastered? 14 friends have played previously. Dark Souls 2? 21 friends have played previously. Dark Souls 3? 31 friends have played previously. Maya is so smart. She is so smart. Is when you got so many friends? I used to have... Why do I have 310 people on my friends list? What? No, hold on. Oh, you know why? Because... Actually, this is the worst part of this. I can look at this, and I can justify all of these. VTuber friend? VTuber friend? VTuber friend? VTuber friend? Personal friend? FGC friend? FGC VTuber personal friend? Personal friend? Personal friend? Personal friend? FGC friend? VTuber friend? VTuber friend? I can just keep going down the list. Yeah? Who's that person playing Celeste in your friends list? Me. I'm the person playing Why are you playing Celeste right now, Gillial? I'm just sipping coffee. I'm doing chapter 9. I love committing legal crimes. Hello, Hectic Sketcher. Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello, hello. It's so funny looking up at this model because it looks like I'm like Paper Mario. Alright, chat. Just fuck Matt Engarde. You know what we're doing? It's Amori time. Time for depression or something. What if I just open social media? Check this out. Why am I being bonked? Why? Oh my god, that's cute. Alright, chat. Time for Blue Sky Roulette. Oh, apparently it's Maid Day. I'm not clicking that. But I really want to look at it because it's an artist I like. Hold on, hold on. Oh, that doesn't even show any naughty bits. We're gonna end up seeing porn again? No, see, I have labels. See? Let's see. Someone depression posting. Some kind of crying child. FGC friend. Wait, what is this redeems? Ponder? Oh, never mind. Cat, look at this cat. That's not a crying child, that's Nia making a cat shadow? Oh my god, wait, you're right, it is. That's, Zeno... Blade? Why? What did I do to you? Mimic! Aw, man. I missed my chance to throw a bunch of shit at you. Because I was asleep when you started streaming and then immediately had to go to the grocery store. No! You know. Oh, it's just how we share our love with each other? I understand. Chat, is this Yuri? When you go to each other's streams and throw shit at each other? Xenoblade 2? Okay, all I know is my girlfriend really, really likes Xenoblade, I think? All I know is I really like the blonde girl in Xenoblade, right? Blonde girl Xenoblade. Yeah, this one. Mithra. All I know is I really like her for, Hold on. Let me find a better picture for this bit. Yeah, all I know is, I really... Wait, hello? Is this just... I really like her for, reasons. Mithra from Super Smash Bros. Ultimate? Yeah. I love Mithra from Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Like Ryu from Smash Brothers. Anyway. Yeah. This shit's great. Yeah. What if I gave you a bonus words on stream real fast? We have... I'm gonna probably start the game early because we're doing 2 trials and I don't think we can rush through it because, I am imagining these trials will be difficult. So get 1 words on stream on me. And then let's begin. Alright, chat, can you figure it out? Good work. I'm proud of you. But can you figure out the second word? Or just any of these other words? Alright, chat. You know what? I'm just we're just short hair forever, I guess. No, it's really funny to make y'all pay for it. It's really funny to make you pay for it, actually. Yo, strange noise single-handedly carrying for words on stream. Honestly, I only see 1, 2... I can't figure out what the other 6-letter word is. Tried changing to normal hair last night, but it didn't work. Alright, hold on. Let me test this real quick. Hold on. I think we should do it from here. Let me mix it up real fast. So... Let me... look at my hotkeys real quick. So we have... bald, short hair. Am I just stupid? I guess it doesn't work that way. Alright, hold on. Art mesh count 11. Okay, so hotkey action. Art mesh color preset? Record settings. So let's see this real quick. So we'll do that. And then record settings. And we'll make this, this letter, this number, this character, whatever. I'm never gonna do that manually. And then we will set this to Twitch redeem trigger, and that will be default hair, Rika. Okay. So now that should work. I'm also gonna refund your thingamabobber if it didn't work yesterday. But wouldn't it be really funny to just refund everybody all at once real quick? Wouldn't it be really funny if I chose violence and just refunded everybody? Wouldn't it be really funny? What if? Ahaha, ahaha, ahaha. Review requests. What if I just rejected everything in the past 10 days? Alright, chat. Is the cooldown on this gone yet? Oh, right. We can only do it once per stream per person. I forgot about that. Now I can finally afford book redeem. Alright, chat. Let's get started on Ace Attorney. I'm really interested in seeing where this goes. Ace Attorney Trilogy. Let's get to it. Where the fuck is Ace Attorney? Oh, right. It's Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. I always forget that, like, it's Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, not Ace Attorney. Gyokuten Saiba. There we go. Alright, chat. It's time. It's time. Okay. So, there we are. It's Ace Attorney. Let me fucking make sure this updated. Alright, perfect. Alright, so, last time. We got our, not small child. We got our teenage girl assistant kidnapped. And a dude who dresses like a ninja on TV allegedly did a murder? Committed a murder? And also, like, we gotta get him off the hook, or else our teenage assistant dies. But thankfully, we have a literal child to help us. It's so fucking weird, but you know what? Okay. Anyway, chat, let's continue. We're on the trial. We can start the trial for Farewell, My Turnabout. Let's do this. I didn't even finish my coffee yet. March 22nd, 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3. Adrian did it? That's what it looks like. Oh, let me turn this down. Hold on, this is really loud on my speakers. Dude, no way. That woman couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there's someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer. Dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Well, it's almost time. No, it's Mia, fuck. Well, it's almost time. Mia? We must get a complete acquittal today. Put on an outfit that fits you! I know. But I can't focus on my situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. Beep, beep, beep. It's him. Beep. This is right. Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial. Maya, she's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. Gasp. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. Grrr. For my sake as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world would you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest. If you please. Wait! Beep. The kidnapper sent me a present? Mr. Lawyer Dude? Who was that? No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer? Oh my god. What a horrible liar. March 22nd, 10 a.m. District Court, Courtroom number 3. Wait. I don't have a prosecutor? Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Engarde. Are the prosecution and defense ready? The defense is ready, Your Honor. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma? I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor. Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. Hello? Well, sorry to everyone who was really, really invested in Von Karma. She fucking dead. The killer kills again? Hold on. Finished my coffee. What? Shot? somehow. I think this is the present that man was talking about. His present? Ms. Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane! Ms. Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. She's alive and in stable condition. That's good. Phew. You're... I thought he'd show up. Why are you on the witness stand? Your Honor. Due to the circumstances, Ms. Franziska Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready. Naturally. Go get behind the prosecutor's desk, then. Thank you. Ms. Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Luckily, I've looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt Engarde. Oops. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for in my long journey this past year. Hi, Guitar Horsuma, welcome to the stream. And by the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Witness, your name and occupation. My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct. For now. For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Detective Gumshoe? The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is gonna be one very rough fight. Yeah, it would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. Damn. I need to hear this answer. Alright, witness testimony. Bare facts of the case. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes awards ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. Huh? After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room? Yes, sir. Both the victim and defendant went alone to their rooms, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Okay. Bare facts of the case. Alright, chat. You know the drill. Press everything. I accidentally clicked too fast. Our first order of business should be to gather more info from his testimony. But there might be a trap set up for us somewhere. Maybe. However, setting off traps is part of a lawyer's job too. If you say so. Of course we're supposed to escape from them too, wouldn't you say? Murder happened after the Hero of Heroes award ceremony, sir. Hold it. Would you please give us a brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony? Okay, pal. The ceremony started at 6 p.m. It ended around 8 p.m., and then there was a short break. A special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later. And that's when the victim's body was found, correct? Which is to say the murder occurred during that 30-minute break period. Please continue with your testimony, Detective. The victim, Juan Carrido, was found dead in his hotel room. The person who discovered the victim's body was Adrian Andrews, correct? Yeah. Who is this Adrian Andrews you're talking about? She's the defendant, Matt Engarde's manager. She's a really pretty lady, sir. So she's a pretty lady. I wonder if she'll grace us with her presence. When the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to get Mr. Engarde. After visiting his room, she next went to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir. I see. And that's when she found the victim's body. Let me turn on my light real quick. Let me be right back. And also a blanket. Alright. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. Hold it. The cause of death, wasn't that because Mr. Carrido was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good, hard look at the crime photo. And now a real pro's attention will be drawn here to this bandana. Banana. His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir. Yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana. Then, what about the knife? It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murderer on our hands here. I think the judge is hungry, yeah. Oh, strangled. Okay. He was strangled. Okay. That's important. Strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. Let me see this. Is the scarf really what did it? My problem is, how is the tomato juice glass uninterrupted? Twitch not giving me this pop-up. Hi, Glarfagus. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the resub. I love getting prime resubs. Better than a secondary resub, you know what I mean? That's just prime. Easy. Okay, it's a very sturdy desk. Oh, fair enough. Mahogany. Alright, buddy. I know where you're going with this. Go back to 2010 or whatever. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. Hold it. And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. And we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? The fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? We thought of that too, but... the only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? I see. So much for my theory, then. Why are we getting all our evidence only now? Please stick to judging or don't. We're fucking old? Yeah. We're like in our 30s, probably. I am, at least. Guitar case. Empty. There is some water, but only on top of the lid. Bears Corrida's fingerprints. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. Hold it. What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well then, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Corrida, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. Why? So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel. Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all. That's wrong. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. And then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt Engarde? Because there was reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Hedgeworth's back in full swing. Very well, Detective Gumshoe. Please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. Why arrest Engarde? Matt Engarde and Juan Corrida were huge rivals with each other. Speaking of Francisco, where'd Francisco go? Oh, you missed it. The trial started, and then the bailiff was like, Miss Von Karma's not here, by the way. She got shot. So, she's currently in surgery, getting a bullet taken out of her shoulder. Oop. This is also after Dakilla. Dakilla calls Phoenix in the morning to be like, I left you a present for your case. Whether you like it or not, I plan for you to use it. Getting shot runs in the family? Exactly. Matt Engarde and Juan Corrida were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way, and that's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. It was ripped off the ninja costume when it was found in Mr. Engarde's Hakama. Should I catch you playing Farewell My Turnabout and you're just starting the trial? Hey Retro Mary, welcome to the stream. Hello, and welcome. Yeah, we are... This is our second day of streaming this. We are at the very, very first trial. The investigation was, yeah, hefty. That boy thick. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. What? No, that's a lie. That's a lie. So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. There's the victim's blood and Engarde's fingerprints. In the grip, Gatewater is engraved. Yeah, I keep hearing this is like a really, really good case. And a lot of people are saying that it's like the best case in the trilogy or something, but I gotta see. I'm blind to it also. Knife added to the court record. And there's this button. That was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And is this button also covered in blood? Yes, and we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir. What? It's covered in Corrida's blood found in Engarde's Hakama. I like how it's always in quotation marks. All of this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, right? I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard... You can press as hard as you would like. You know... You're not gonna convince me that these two aren't gay. You cannot convince me that there's just not a ton of unresolved sexual tension here. There is so much unresolved sexual tension here. This is old married couple energy. Yeah, exactly. But also, look at that face as he says, you can press as hard as you'd like. I just gotta make this stupid image, I'm sorry. Alright, sorry, one sec. Alright, it's been posted in Discord. Oh, word. I don't think it's the best in the trilogy. Justice for All is in a sticky situation when it comes to the sequels. I'm a newcomer to this all, so I'm just enjoying the story so far, yeah. I don't have an opinion yet. Old married couple energy or recently divorced? Yeah. Just hurry up with your pointless questions. Grrr. Alright. Why arrest Engarde? Okay, so I already know exactly what is contradictory here. Bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. No. That's contradicted by the fact that it fucking says Gatewater. The knife belonged to the hotel. Hold on, objection. Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand? Oh, that's right, pal. The defendant did not buy this knife. Stupid ass. Huh? Take a good look at the handle of this knife and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. That's the name of the hotel! The Gatewater Hotel! Uh-oh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel. Which means this murder was not premeditated. Well, I mean, not here. Yes, that is very true. This is a very big... What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit this knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this. But I didn't know. Oh. The question is, where did this knife come from? Why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Corrida's room. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. There is a knife and a fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from? If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Engarde. Especially, what was on top of his table. There is something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife. We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Engarde's knife was missing. Mr. Engarde had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder. I love Edgeworth. I missed Edgeworth. Listen, Franziska? Von Karma? She's for the lesbians. But me? Nothing replaces Edgeworth. Hi, Muffin McFluffin. Welcome to the stream. Hello, you missed Franziska Von Karma getting shot in the shoulder and making Edgeworth have to fill in. Ain't giving Gumshoe room to breathe? Good. Asphyxiate this man? He is releasing the Gremlin Snicker. Edgeworth with the... Yeah, I love that we all agree that Edgeworth just has Gremlin energy right now. Just slash Gumshoe's pay. He's underqualified. I love that the Edgeworth isn't dead reveal music is actually just his theme now. This is like, it's like when you're like, when your rival... Actually, no, this literally, I was just about to describe what literally happened. It's like when, like, the rival or, like, anti-hero character disappears and then comes back, like, completely, like, reborn in a new outfit and everything for, like, the new season. And they got a whole-ass new banger theme. Gumshoe walked Pearl home after the kidnapping. He's a nice bean. Okay, you know what? Yeah. And also, when we watched the live action in the Discord server on last Sunday, his actor? You know, I'm normal. Alright.
Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction.
It seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it.
A murder weapon with fingerprints, and a button from the victim's costume. There's quite a sizable amount of evidence here. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court.
Evidence not yet shown? He means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence.
What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright?
Well... Phoenix. The judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, that gavel of his will be ringing out to the sound of our defeat.
Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court?
I mean, we kind of have to, right? Pearl got possessed again? Oh no, she's been possessed ever since the end of the investigation. I think Mia's just been bumming it in Pearl's body full time ever since then. You surely not understand that meant new evidence. Phoenix is kind of dumb. Phoenix and Gumshoe are both a little, you know, dense, as it were. Alright. Do we have something important and necessary to present to this court? Yeah, why not? Let's say yes. Actually, I do. There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see.
Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I'm giving you one chance. And only one.
What the judge is saying, right, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. If I mess this up, it's curtains for all of us.
You may now present one and only one piece of evidence. Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show to the court?
Good question. What is this important evidence I need to show to the court? I was just bluffing. We have the full health bar. What the fuck you gonna do? Yeah, the judge is also really dense. What's something the court hasn't seen? I almost feel like it might be these, but it doesn't make sense. The only other thing I can think of is the wine glass. Take that. I'm pretty sure that's wrong.
This is a wine glass, is it not?
Please look at the photo of the crime scene. What? I'm so smart, chat. I'm a fucking genius. Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup was on the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser.
Well, yes, I see your point.
However, this glass that's sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Also, let me do one thing real quick. There we go. Well, what do you all have to say?
Well, yes, it is a little peculiar.
Yes, isn't it? I thought it was.
You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth. What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion? You don't need my opinion. Because there's no special meaning to that glass.
What?
It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. That does sound very plausible. Mr. Wright?
Could Miss Andrews really have set that glass down without thinking? No? If I appear weak here, the trial's over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. They just might fall for it if you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table.
You've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim?
There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing.
Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it.
What?
You're not thinking hard enough today, right? Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice?
Then...
Of course it has been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints.
Fingerprints?
There were only one set of fingerprints left in this wine glass.
Only one?
Well, whose were they? They were not the victims, nor the defendants. Rather, they were one of Adrian Andrews.
What? Filled with tomato juice, bears for Andrew's fingerprints. Oh my god, a body better gently place this glass so I don't ruin the carpet. Real, though. I watched that man bluff in the first game. Imagine if an actual trial involved bluffing to this degree. Honestly, like, you think about it, lawyers are paid to, like, win their case, right? So I have to imagine in real cases, there's definitely some bluffing that goes on.
That is why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright?
Grr! I can't believe I fell into another trap!
Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Corrida. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. What you just said makes a lot of sense. Now do you see, right? You can't change any part of my scenario as it explains everything all too well. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I have come to discover. Wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from.
Another witness?
Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness.
Hey, Mr. Top 10 list. A top 1 list? I took that personally, so I'm gonna fuck up Phoenix now. Honestly, this is fucking hilarious. Because, like, the judge literally said, hey, I'm literally ready to bang down this gavel and give you the win right here and right now. And Edgeworth's like, nah. I'm shoving this dude's face in the dirt.
Bailiff, please bring in the next witness.
What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? Alright, chat, stream's over. I don't want to deal with this woman. Edgeworth is too proud for that? True.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
Witness, your name and occupation, please. Gotcha. Wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier. Oh, edgy boy. It's been, what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me.
I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand?
I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today, I'm gonna tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime.
Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know.
Oof. Gosh, I'm talking my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps.
Yes, madam. No, please, by all means interrupt her. Please. Anyway, witness, your testimony, please.
It's true what they say, that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with?
The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Miss Oldbag?
It was a great job being able to see my dearie Juan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle.
You mean you were a fan of the victim?
Look, everyone is crazy over that Engarde, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Corrida.
But those two were the same age.
Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night.
Very well. Please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder.
Leave it to me, Edgy Poo. We have an ad break coming up in a few seconds. See y'all in a few minutes. Enjoy some words on stream. Good work, chat. Level 7. Let's continue on the next ad break. Also, hello Yuki and hello CCC. Ooh, hi. Welcome to the stream. Alright. Let's continue this case. Let's get in on Wendy Oldbag's testimony. What you witnessed stalking Juan Corrida. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. And there was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was on guard. Matt's on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room.
Are you sure about that? So Mr. Engarde came out from the victim's room.
See, it has to be him. He's the murderer.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Okay, let's start pressing this. Hold it, why are you pacing?
Miss Oldbag, what was your post on that night?
The lobby. I was supposed to help set up the stage for that trifling show. But I refused to help, I'll have you know. It was for that lead-headed samurai show. I even took out a few of the nails.
Maybe it was a good thing the show didn't go on.
Besides, that manager with the glasses seemed to be working hard at it without me. So I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little. And that's when you went to hang around the victim's door? There was something I was interested in finding out. What? Hold it. Something you were interested in? And just, what was that? It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know. It's top secret, between me and Juan. On Edgy Poo, of course.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is this thing she was interested in? I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor.
Hi, KJ Saint. Thank you for checking in. Gossip?
But should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended to her testimony later.
It looks like we shouldn't force it right now.
And did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time?
Thank you for the penguin. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. Oops. Hold it. Oh, then would you tell us the number of people who went in and out of Mr. Corrida's room? I have no idea. I wasn't born so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention in class. And that's why ever since I turned 20, I quit keeping track of how old I really am.
Yes, well, that would explain why your age was not included in the report. In any case, the witness then saw someone, correct?
That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of Juan's room. Who in the world was that? I'm not allowed to say. This sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The man that came out of Juan's room, it was... He was...
Yes, he was...
I'm too scared. I can't say his name out loud.
Oh, what I wouldn't give to have Franziska's whip right about now.
Well, I guess I can tell you, since he was such a bad boy anyway. It was Engarde, Matt Engarde. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room.
Hold it. You saw my client? Are you sure about that?
Yessie.
Really?
Annoying brat. When I say I saw someone, I saw that person. Why do I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. What was the person wearing? The person's clothes. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail. What a troublesome man you are. Really, as if something like that matters.
But it does.
Now what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing.
What thing?
That gaudy thing he's always wearing. That racing jacket.
He was wearing that at the detention center, too.
That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Humph! Men!
What? Okay.
Right.
So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way?
Was it important? Was it important, chat room?
Oh, actually. Yeah. It was very important. Of course it was important, Your Honor. Objection. Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important.
Don't you see it, Edgeworth?
Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this, but alright, witness. Please.
Well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must. Honestly, it's all just for show. Let's press this, but I'm pretty sure this is what we gotta object to.
Are you sure the defendant was wearing a racing jacket?
What do you think? It's not like I've seen him in anything other than that horrible thing. I'm sure he was wearing it.
She is so sure of herself that it's to the point of self-absorption. She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying. That's bad for us. Really bad. But that's how the human mind is. It also has the tendency to jump off topic. She strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time, too. Hasn't she? But that's what makes her a sweet old lady, right?
That's because you're not the one who has to question her.
Alright. We know what has to be done, chat. So, here's the problem. Here's the big problem. If he was wearing his racing jacket, his normal-ass clothes, when he went into Juan Carreda's room and committed the murder, why was this button found in his Hakama? Objection. Miss Oldbag.
What? Don't say my name for no reason.
Do you know what this is?
It's button number 2 on the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
In his quote Hakama end quote? Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance.
Give it here! Give it here! If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this!
Wow, she really is a die-hard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Engarde's body during a full-body search.
See? See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it was that rascal Engarde.
It was caught up in the pleats of the Nickel Samurai Hakama pants.
See? See? And Engarde is the Nickel Samurai.
Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination. But just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Engarde, was wearing his usual racing jacket?
I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the trendiest dress, something, this outfit is hideous, right? I got a tape recorder stuck in my chest. Let me tell you, it's heavy. So heavy, I wish we would have switched to CDs years ago. I work hard with a smile on my face. Don't you understand? Now take a look in the mirror. Your clothes are about as interesting as a documentary on curdling. You should take a tip from Edgy Poo. Now he's got style.
Now hold your tongue still there for 1 second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Engarde, the man, but Mr. Engarde, the Nickel Samurai?
But when you think about it... they're really one and the same anyway. Miss Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about. Veggie Poo, do you think so too?
Well, it might be something worth considering.
Just say it's important and agree with me for a change. Tsundere asshole. What an awful witness. I fucking hate her. I'm so glad we never have to talk to her again after this. Because surely she won't show up in, Trials and Tribulations, right? Right? Right, chat? Just say it's important and agree with me for a change.
Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify.
Alright, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. Who I saw. Engarde. Engarde. Yes, now I remember. And the Nickel Samurai. That's right, it was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know? So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist. Ah, youngins today. I told you, there is no way it was anyone else.
How do you know that?
Because I said so, and what I say is the truth.
At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Hey, chat. We don't have to kill her. But I bet you we could. Just for fun. Who I saw. Engarde, now I remember. Hold it. Would you please get on with your testimony? Watch your language, young man. What sort of tone is that to take with an elder? My youthfulness isn't what I used to be, so you should forgive me for everything.
Huh?
Yeah, chat. I'm in my mid-30s. You should forgive me for everything. In fact, you should give me money instead. If you keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs. What? A striking figure by the sea, standing all alone is he. He's the Nickel Samurai. Thank you for the bonks. He's actually singing. Someone help my poor ears.
Mr. Edgeworth, can you please do something about this racket? Witness, I'll give you a piece of gum later if you'll be good and stick to just the facts.
Okay! You promise, right?
Right. I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date.
Remind me to send you a thank you note later too, Edgeworth, old chum. Never pressing her again. Please, I cannot deal with her. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Hold it. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Oops. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not? Not too long ago? Then let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream?
Huh?
What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper? My dream, huh? Well, I, wanted to be Judge Wagner, hero of the public's court. So what? See? And look at where you are now. You're not Judge Wagner, are you? Are you? Well... What I said earlier. Who puts any weight into things like that? The now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past.
Since when did court become theatrics over testimonies? Buddy, we're an ace attorney. It's always been theatrics over testimonies. One sec. I'm snacking on some grapes. Alright.
All that matters is that man was inside that costume. Isn't that enough?
It would have been convenient. Why did I just get an achievement for Judge Wagner? Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. Hold it. And why would that be?
That way, no one could see his face, of course.
But there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you would think the costume would make him stand out all the more.
You are such an annoying child. You know that? You disagree with everything I say.
Isn't that what you're always doing to me?
I got it. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume.
What? He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know? Hold it. Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show?
Well, all the contestants were supposed to go on stage in a friendly gesture thing.
And that included the Jammin' Ninja?
Of course it included him. That's why when Engarde came out of Dear Juan's room, I didn't give it a second thought.
I see.
Well, anyway.
He must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. So... I actually... Didn't he say that he didn't know he was supposed to go into the show? Isn't that what he was saying in the detention center? He must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Hold it. So let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai.
As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning?
Can I throw in the towel yet? Also, she said he stabbed Juan, but that wasn't the case. You don't need to think too hard on this one. Huh? There's a contradiction in her testimony and it's sitting in plain sight. The question is what that contradiction means for us. Well, I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. Okay, so it's two things possibly. It's either the contradiction is here, because he didn't stab him, he strangled him, allegedly. Or it's here, because he didn't know about the post-ceremony show. Let's start with this one. Where's the murder report? Here we go, autopsy report. Okay, that's not it. This evidence clearly reveals the contradiction in that statement, Your Honor. How exactly are the evidence in the statement just now related? They aren't, are they? Not at all. Mr. Wright, please think the facts over before making accusations. I don't think that won me any points with the judge. Okay, so... Engarde. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. It would have been convenient for him to wear the costume. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime. Is it this? No, not that. Hold on. I actually might be stuck here. I might be remembering that wrong. You had to go to that poster. Okay, so let's look at all of our evidence here. He had to go to the post-ceremony stage show right after the crime. He must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw.
So this costume, right? It's such a weird costume. It would have been convenient for him to wear the costume during the murder? I don't know about that one. He must have worn that nickel samurai costume. So they were across from each other. The hall is where they would have had the show, right? Let me see. What else could we... One sec. What else could so we've already presented the knife before, and we presented the egg. Found in Engarde's Hakama. What else could possibly be relevant right here? Seems like the Nickel Samurai is to prevent something after the post-ceremony stage show. After the post-ceremony stage show, so... She's not talking about the press conference. She's talking about the stage show. This camera is not relevant right here. Would have been convenient for him to wear the costume. Let's test this again. Maybe there's a hint in here. Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show? All the contestants were supposed to go on stage in a friendly gesture. Of course it included him. That's why when Engarde came out of Dear Juan's room, I didn't give it a second thought. You don't need to think too hard on this one, but I do need to think hard. Engarde, now I remember the Nickel Samurai. Hold it, was it the Nickel Samurai? Be a little more careful. It was a racing jacket. Oh fuck, wait, this is her rant about... All that matters is that man was inside the costume. Why am I stumped on this one, chat? The question is what the contradiction means for us. The problem I'm having is connecting any of this evidence to what that means. Empty, there's some water rolling on top of the lid, bears Kurita's fingerprints. What about this photo? So the scarf was used to strangle him. The knife was stabbed into him afterwards. He's sitting on the chair. There was enough of a struggle that the vase fell down on top of the guitar case, and the guitar case was closed at the time because it fell on top. Engarde, yes, now I remember. Let me press this one more time. Would you please get on with your testimony? Okay, this proves nothing. So she said Nickel Samurai is who she saw. It would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. Hold it. And why would that be? That way no one would see his face, of course. But there's still no advantage for him. You would think it would make him stand out all the more. You're an annoying child. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume. It would have been convenient for him to wear his costume. 2-4 is one of the difficult cases? Oh no! Would it have been more convenient to stay in this costume? I feel like there's no way that's convenient. Also, hello, Guitar Harsuma, welcome back. Is to confess something. Let me see. Let's just make a save real quick, just in case. It would have been convenient for him. Would it have been, though? Would it have been? I don't think it would have been convenient. The only thing I think of is showing her the photo to be like, no, this shit looks fucking horrible to wear. That was not it. It would have been convenient for him to wear it. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime. Right after the crime? Hold it. Was there anyone else scheduled to appear? All the contestants, including the Jammin' Ninja. Okay. He must have worn the costume. Hold it. Let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai? I'm thinking really hard on it, Mia. I can't figure it out. He must have worn the costume. Could he have? What if... The map isn't gonna tell us anything about this. He's gonna confess something after the post-ceremony stage show? That? No. I'm actually stuck. On guard, on guard. Are you sure it was on guard? The Nickel Samurai, it was the Nickel Samurai that I saw? Was it the Nickel Samurai? Are you sure about that? It would have been convenient for him to wear his costume. He had to go to the post-ceremony stage show. He must have worn the costume when stabbing poor Juan. Let me look at the profiles. Maybe there's something in here that can give us a hint? I'm finding it hard to believe that he would wear... that wearing the costume during the murder is a good idea. On guard, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai, it was the Nickel Samurai. It would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to the show right after the crime. So he must have worn the costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. What? Why? This is the one that's like... It stands out to me. Did he go to the show? He didn't go to the show. Which is like... Well, no, the show got cancelled, is the thing. You know? Is this the one where he says... Anyone else scheduled? Oh, yeah, actually. I think... Because she says everybody was scheduled to go here. But if everyone was scheduled, this guitar case is empty and that's sus. Never mind, that's not it. Where was this again? Your health? No, I'm fine. See? Don't worry about it. Okay. Would you please get on with your testimony? My youthfulness isn't what it used to be, so you should forgive me for everything. It was the Nickel Samurai I saw. Let's press everything again and just see real quick if I missed something stupid. You said he was wearing his racing jacket and now he's not? Okay, so we got the Judge Whackman or whatever? Judge Whackner? But now is everything. All that matters is that man was inside the costume? Can you really say that he was inside the costume, though? All that matters was that man was inside the costume. You can't prove that, though. You actually can't. That's not it. I think going down the road of saying the costume does not look convenient to kill someone in is probably not the right way. It would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. Why? No one could see his face. You would think the costume would make him stand out more. You are such an annoying child. I feel like the fact that she reacts that way means this is the contradiction. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume? It was troublesome for him to change in and out of it. But... yeah, I'm suffering. And next to the victim, it's filled with tomato juice, bears Andrew's fingerprints. Photo of Juan Corrida's murder scene. There's nothing in here that would show... There's nothing in this image that contradicts this stuff. There's weird evidence the culprit murdered him with the costume. Not that. I'm trying to think, what would be... It would have been convenient for him to wear the costume. He must have worn when he was stabbing poor Juan. I think I already tried presenting this. Hold it. First you saw it was really the Nickel Samurai. He must have worn the costume when he was stabbing Juan. There's a weird evidence if the culprit murdered him with the costume. It was ripped from his costume. It's covered in blood found in Engarde's hakama. We've already presented this, so it shouldn't be this. I would think he would have blood on the costume. Well, no. It wasn't this, right? Strangled with his own scarf? Yeah, I'm pretty... I don't remember, because, Oh, wait, no, I have this picture to look, actually. Yeah, it's his own scarf. His own scarf was what killed him, apparently. And then the knife just came afterwards. He must have worn that costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. I already presented the picture to be like, he was killed by strangulation, not stabbing, but it wasn't correct. Right? Yeah. Because I think we have to point out somewhere else. Autopsy and pray. Did I present the autopsy report yet? I thought I did already. I think that was the first thing I presented, right? Yeah. It's the fact that she says he was stabbed, which is weird to me. Because it's not the stabbing that killed him. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime. Wait. Wait. The timing? What was the timing of the post-ceremony stage show, actually? That's not it. Did you print it on the stab, or her talking about the costume being hard to change in and out of? I presented it to on the stab, but... Oops. Let me press the convenient thing. It wasn't convenient for him to wear it outside of the murder. Why would that be? No one could see his face. It would make it more difficult. It was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume. You can try it, but... Man. I think it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime. Like, in my head, I feel like this is wrong. Because, like... Does that match up with the time of death? But I don't know if he had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime. Like, okay, this is also talking about the post-ceremony stage show, because he's going to confess something afterwards, but like... This is only going to help her case, right? Yeah, no. Let me see. So he must have worn that nickel samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Chat. It might be time to cheat. Maybe. It was the nickel samurai that I saw. But like... Can we prove that? There's a lot of stuff I'm not okay with missing. Like the guitar being missing. I feel like somehow that's not legitimate. And why was the guitar case opened after the fact? Why was the button pulled off and wrapped in the hakama? Why was he stabbed after being strangled? Would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He must have worn... So, like, also, this is redundant. It would have been convenient for him to wear it. So he must have worn the costume. That feels redundant. So I think it's one of these. But... Crazy, I don't have anything to do, and all the games I want are no longer on sale. You gotta strike when the time is right. Hello, Hour After 10. Welcome to the stream. Let me see. Oh, why is this harder? This is so hard. It would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime. So he must have worn the costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. On guard. The Nickel Samurai. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. It was the Nickel Samurai that you saw. But that doesn't contradict it. Was it the Nickel Samurai? What if... What if it was Adrian wearing the costume? Okay, that's not it. Oh, this is so hard, chat. Alright, hold on. Okay. Let's see, let me think. Have we met Adrian? We have. I love her. She's great. On guard. Now I remember it's the Nickel Samurai I saw. It would have been convenient. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime. Wait. No. She said that, she did say that Adrian was working on the stage. The contradictory testimony is sitting in plain sight. He must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Do we have to present this a second time? I thought we have to avoid presenting things, like, multiple times. I thought we have to avoid presenting things multiple times, but, like... This is the only other thing I can think of. Because if he was wearing the suit, it wouldn't have fingerprints on the... No, it would still, because he ate with it, though. If the knife doesn't work, then maybe the button? Wait, is it the knife? Hold on. Wait. Wait, okay, hey, explain this to me. Please take a look at this. Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. No, that's not my intention at all.
That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct?
Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case? I don't think it's ever been a hard rule not to use evidence more than once. Oh, I thought it was a hard... I thought it was a hard rule. That's why I kept skipping over this. I thought it was a, like, yeah, every piece of evidence gets used once or something. I'm pretty sure you have used some evidence more than once. We've been at this for 3 months. I don't remember. Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case?
You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Is that what you're driving at?
That is exactly what I am driving at.
What are we driving at, and whose car are we driving?
If Mr. Engarde was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. That's not impossible, though, because it's the knife that he used for dinner. It's very possible that his fingerprints would be on that knife. But, what? This is not a factual statement. That's incorrect. He ate dinner with this knife. It would have his fingerprints and his, well, okay, maybe not his saliva, but like, it would have his fingerprints on them. I have issue with this. You know why this piece of evidence is important, Phoenix? You're asking the wrong man that question. We need the judge to retire. We need him to retire ASAP. Alright. Suspension of disbelief. It's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off. Oh!
Oh, that's right. The Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? Objection! He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing.
That's not possible. Have you seen his hand? And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There's no way he would do something like that.
However, there's one possibility.
Then let's hear your possibility.
It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show.
Which is why he took his gloves off.
But the murder still did take place.
Hey Dun Dun Patapon, welcome to the stream. As you do when you stab someone and take off your gloves, yeah. I also took all evidence on the testimony. I still have a problem with this, but I guess I understand the logic of him wearing the suit would have wiped the fingerprints off, because it's a cloth suit.
It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim.
Yes, I've heard that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory?
So let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? If he didn't have any intention of killing him, why would he have taken the knife with him? If you had no intention of killing him, why would you take the knife with you? It's a contradiction. No, think about it one more time. Let me repeat that. I think I need a little more time on this one. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? Yeah, a contradiction. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony.
What are you babbling about?
Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Engarde was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. That would be the knife, right? Right? Take that. This knife. This was used by Mr. Engarde at dinner.
Yes, we did establish that.
Which means that if my client was, in fact, the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Corrida.
I suppose.
However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. I'm not doing it again. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us.
Order, I say! Order in the court! Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing?
To frame him, obviously. It's to frame my client, Mr. Engarde, of course. Like the stand pound that finally got you to say no more was that.
To frame... Objection! Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one?
Objection. I'm no coward. But we just established that the witness saw the nickel samurai in costume. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife.
Good. Witness!
Got the whole courtroom laughing, bro. Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Edgy Poo?
Witness, did you or did you not really see the nickel samurai?
Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but... Are you saying you mixed up Mr. Engarde with the nickel samurai? His character on TV? But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Oh, look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the nickel samurai. That's for sure. He wasn't waiting for the nickel samurai. Alright then. Who were you waiting for around then? That's top secret to anyone outside of security.
I have a feeling that you are waiting for Mr. Juan Corrida. Am I correct, witness?
The way you think, you are a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness.
Amateur? Me?
What am I an amateur of? Old Bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room, but it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corrida. Maybe... Phoenix. Maybe the old bag was waiting around for that person. If it's who I think Mia's hinting at, it's certainly possible. Miss Old Bag. You were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? The only other person it could be is, Adrian, right? She was in there. She doesn't know this guy. I think it could only be Adrian. Take that?
Who is this person?
This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. Engarde's manager.
But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor.
Yeah, because of the gossip stuff we talked about earlier?
Oh, this is... Well, this is... I see.
The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing.
Then this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's...
Adrian Andrews.
Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well.
Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then.
What? Witness? What in the world are you?
Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. I got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course.
But what for?
Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this. However, I cannot simply let this point slide.
Wait. Fuck, I missed that.
Very well then. Witness, please testify about this secret information.
Get ready! This is gonna take the wind out of you youngins! I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old. You nearly got Powers arrested with this? Yeah. She was waiting for me, Phoenix Wright. Alright, let's hear the secret information. That Engarde is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? What?
The defendant sent his manager. What a distasteful topic for this court.
What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying? The truth is never pleasant. Never heard that one before.
Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? We have looked into this matter, and found that the truth the article proposes is, in fact, baseless gossip. But should this be true, then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim.
So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Be careful. The old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right. Engarde is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth. Well, as the old saying goes, you've gotta burn old bags with fire. What? Huh? Who says that? Who the fuck says that, Phoenix? Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. This dude is such a fucking nerd. Alright. Secret information. We will start pressing this after an ad break. I gotta stretch. Alright, chat. See y'all in a few minutes. Good work, chat room. Let me take an extra 10 seconds for this ad break to end. Also, thank you for the follows. Real Clown, VT, and Naim? Welcome to the stream. Alright, this ad break's over, and I am ready to get to this case. I just had to be really annoying real quick. I have Serena's stream open in the background. I gotta be annoying. Alright, let's continue. Alright, secret information. That Engarde is one evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? Let's start pressing. He's an evil man. What do you mean by that? You can't say something like that without proof. That's just slander. But it's true. That woman was getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says so right here, doesn't it? Manager to the stars, Miss AA. But the name of the magazine this came from is Gossip Land. What? Are you saying that gossip is all just a pack of lies? What do you know? I suppose next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% truth, huh? Huh? Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip.
Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright.
Discriminate? When did I do anything like that? Anyway, Engarde will never get me to say touche. Oh yeah, let me make a save real quick so that we don't have to, like, restart. The judge is very cringe, yeah? You really think people would go in a news tabloid and lie? He could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. Hold it. A scandal? What do you mean by that? You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in middle school these days? What? Lady, are you senile? No, I wasn't asking what the word scandal means. Even I know that much. What? That Engarde thought he could own a monopoly on popularity. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. You don't have any proof that Mr. Engarde did any such thing. You must be suffering from shock. The shock of hearing the truth. And now, since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything right. You're right, I can't do anything, but boy do I wish I could do something about you. Alright then, Sonny, show me what you've got. Can you show me proof that Engarde didn't bear any ill will towards Juan? No? I don't think I have any proof. Do I have any proof? Maybe it's the knife again, chat. Wendy Holdbag has sovereign citizen vibes. Let me see. Decline the offer to present. I don't have anything to offer. See? Just as I thought. And you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. You've just given me a free pass to say whatever I want, whenever I want, silly boy. Me and my big mouth. That's the way the cookie crumbles. For you, anyway. Okay, so we gotta figure out, there's gotta be something to present there. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action.
Hold it.
So, what do you mean by I took action? Like I already told you, I was lying in wait close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was gonna capture her and teach her a good lesson. Something you youngins need.
You were going to teach her a good lesson?
I was gonna make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun. Like this.
No, stop!
Well, it was too bad that woman didn't come through the door that night. Oh, and this is top secret. But it's fucking not. Wait. What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information? Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drill a hole into my brain, you'll never find out. How in the world did that old bat get such a secret piece of information? Let's press further. If you don't be a good girl and tell me where you got the secret information, you won't get to go home today. Edgy Poo, what are you doing? Help me!
What do I have to do with this?
Just do this for me. You'll get your reward.
I don't want your reward, but you don't leave me much of a choice. Objection. The witness could have gotten her information from anywhere. It's even possible that it was spontaneously made up inside the witness's head.
And he lectures me on reckless blabbering.
As long as we don't know where this information came from, it's quite a waste of time to focus on this line of questioning.
Where did old Bat get her inside information? There has to be something I can use to figure it out. Sounds like just another tidbit of gossip, doesn't it? But you can't just ignore it either. It makes your client look bad either way. Well, I don't think I heard anything really out of the ordinary just now. There has to be something we can catch her on. Yeah, and when I find it, I'm gonna press the heck out of it. Alright. So, let's think about... So there's two options here. We can press her source for secret information and ask where she got it from and maybe try to prove something? Or we can... What was the other one? He sent his own manager. Oh, we have to prove that Engarde did not have ill will towards Juan Corrida. Which, how do we do that? Honestly, the map, maybe? Maybe... Man, hold on. Okay, let's just put a shot in the dark here. You don't have any proof that he did such things. Show me proof that Engarde didn't bear any ill will towards Juan. I'm not gonna let you push me around that easily. There's many a man who said those exact words and paid dearly for them. Maybe you should brace yourself this time. Here's my proof that Mr. Engarde did not hold any ill will towards the victim. Is it the fact that they have their rooms right across from each other? Surely not, right? But also... I mean, he's rivals with the Jam and Ninja, you know? This guy's on bad terms with Engarde, but is Engarde on bad terms with him?
tomato juice as a peace offering? Huh. Actually, yeah. Take that.
Is that it? You can take it from here, Edgy Poo.
What are you handing it over to me for?
So you can give that jagged-head baboon boy a message for me. Please? Tell him that no matter what he does, the only thing he's good at is failing.
What she said right. Or should I say, baboon boy. Yes, I agree this isn't much of a piece of evidence, baboon boy.
Did I just gain a new nickname here? Hi, Winter, thank you for checking in. And you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. There's gotta be something here. What's the opinion of tomato juice here? I don't think I would drink it either. Okay. My hunch is that the map is... Fuck. Okay, maybe this is a red herring. This top secret. We're gonna press this. Wait. Secret information no one else knows yet. Because I'm a pro. It's a secret. How in the world did that old bat get such a secret piece of information? I mean, like... This? Surely it's not that, right? Not the secret report. Oh! Wait. She stole the camera, didn't she? Is that evidence? So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Oldbag? Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that! Witness. I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? Take that. The investigative photographer. Lot of heart.
Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl.
She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself.
She reported such a thing.
On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews. What? Outrageous ideas, you say? No. I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless? That's it. That's the note. Ah! No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy.
Then you are the one who took Miss Hart's note.
I'm a huge fan of Vaughn's, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil Engarde. She said so herself. Engarde, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. Edgy Poo, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before.
You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just this once.
She looks like she's really sorry. Can I forgive her? I don't want more pressure. If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness, you You said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can. That's all. You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again? Miss Oldbag. Hold on, I gotta reply in kind. Miss Oldbag. Perish. Die. Miss Oldbag. I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. What? No shot. No way did she steal the fucking guitar. But it might be. She might have stolen the guitar. Is Phoenix allowed to say damn it? I think he just did. Take that. Was that wrong? More than the witness's credibility. Perhaps you should be worrying about your legal standing, or should I say failings. I'm setting the volume down to low so I don't have to waste time with your objection. Fuck. That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial, nor is there any need for more time to decide the case against the defendant. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. This court finds the defendant, Matt Engarde, guilty. My bad. I presented the guitar case. The accused will surrender to the court immediately, to be held pending trial at a higher court within a month from today's date. That is all. This court is adjourned. Listen, if she was fanatic about him, she would have stolen the guitar case. Phoenix just died with full meter. The prosecution's fucked. Alright, let's get back in there. Engarde is one evil, evil man. This is top secret. No, the fuck it isn't. Alright, hold on. I forgot to save. But it's fine, because now we have more help. Present evidence. Thankfully, I can just skip ahead everywhere. Let me make a save here. I wonder if you can say damn it in a court of law. I wonder if you can swear in a court of law. I'm a huge fan of wands. Alright. I'm a huge fan of wands. I was only checking what was written. I've never taken anything else before. It was only a piece of paper. She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? We're gonna pile on more pressure. Why wouldn't you be able to? I don't know if it's like... It's not a church. Listen, American courts treat it like a church sometimes. $1,000 camera. Pile on more pressure. Witness, you said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can. That's all. You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again? Miss Oldbag. I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. What else would she have stolen? Let's see. It would probably be improper, but not strictly against any rules. Okay. After an hour of Oldbag, it built everyone has allowed a free damn it in the courtroom. Yeah. What else would she have stolen? Hold on. Maybe this is a wrong place to go. Maybe I should be letting her go. You just present the camera again? I think so. Oh, actually, yeah, because the whole camera was missing. Yeah, maybe we have to just present this a second time. Take that. Miss Oldbag. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me. I was like, no way would I just present the same thing twice in a row. But no. You guys are right. You guys are right. Yeah. I forget. I keep forgetting that you can present the same evidence multiple times. Miss Oldbag. That note was with the camera inside its case. Wasn't it?
A camera?
Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweetie $1,600 camera disappeared on me.
Why, witness?
Oh, what is it, Gramps? If you have the note, then it's only logical that you have the camera, too. Grr. Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for?
That's...
What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know? I still eat meals like you, I fall in love, and borrow things from people.
I think your definition of borrow is a little off.
I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Flying Bag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of pictures she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things.
Bailiff, check this camera's photos. Hurry! We must examine them at once.
Oh. Okay. Alright. Hold on, sorry. Let me take another drink.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have? There is only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai.
There's already an issue here. There's already an issue here, chat. There's already a major issue here. I'm sure you guys see it, right?
This is the Nickel Samurai.
See, I told you. That's the guy I saw.
This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter.
Lotta's photo added.
What does all this mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Engarde clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume.
If that is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is
the defendant.
How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We've examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client?
No, the fuck it isn't! Why does this happen every time? Or the drama. I just noticed that the zoomed out image of the whole courtroom still shows Mia's cleavage. They know their target audience. Is this decisive evidence? No, the fuck it isn't, dude! If this photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lotta took, there's something strange with it. There's something strange with this photo.
I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there's nothing strange with this photo. There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, please look at the photo one more time.
If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct?
Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. Where in the heck did she take this photo from, anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot? Especially when it counts.
Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange?
Okay, I had an idea, but now I'm second guessing it. So... like, my issue with this is the pants are obviously too short for the person wearing the suit. But the fact that we mentioned, where did you take this picture from? You know what? I'm not gonna worry about it. Here, look at the legs. Take that. I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here.
What are you pointing to? His ankles?
You could see this person's ankles. That would be one thing. However, you can't.
And? What does that mean?
This costume person in this photo could not have been Mr. Engarde.
What is the meaning of this? Objection. I wonder if you would care to elaborate, with actual facts, that is.
Well, let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama.
His socks! You can see his socks!
Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. There's only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. Huh? What is? Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all?
Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt Engarde, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless.
I figured it would come to this.
What?
Right.
I have something I want to ask you. I think you've proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt Engarde. In that case, who is this a photo of?
Who's the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah, why is he so calm?
Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph?
Hey, Freakus, thank you for checking in. Hello, hello.
I mean, like...
Yeah, it wouldn't matter who it is. The question is whether or not Engarde is in the photo. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, there's only one person that it could be. There's literally only one person it could be. Take that.
Adrian Andrews?
If you want to know who that Nickel Samurai is, it's none other than this woman.
And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her?
For starters, she's short. We discriminate against short people here. And she can freely move in and out of Mr. Engarde's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Engarde that night.
And how does that all add up?
It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Engarde's fingerprints all over it.
The knife that was used as a murder weapon. Why don't you just say what it is you want, Mr. Wright?
I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime.
Order! 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 It looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony.
Alright, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day? Ah! If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya...
Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow.
What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. Goodbye, Maya. It was nice knowing you. I'm just kidding. Raise an objection. Are you saying the defendant was framed? I've never heard anything like this. I love a woman who'd frame someone for murder. Chat, can we get some salutes for Maya?
Now then.
Objection! Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today.
I can't do that. We cannot hear Miss Andrews' testimony if she's not...
Hold it!
I abhor wasting such valuable time.
Edgeworth?
Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. But... we cannot continue due to this unexpected development.
Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor.
And what do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on.
What? Dog, Edgeworth is soul sick.
What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She is the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man? Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over.
Exactly. Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess.
Edgeworth's pulling a Joseph Joestar. You thought you outsmarted me, but I outsmarted you outsmarting me. Man, Edgeworth is so cool. I wish Edgeworth were real. This is weird, Phoenix. You're usually all for using every day of a trial. Alright. Let me run to the restroom real fast. I'm gonna run a single minute of ad breaks and give you one round of words on stream. I just gotta refill my water and run to the restroom real fast. Oh my god, wait. Hold on. I'm sorry, I have another stream up here. I just see fucking penguin thumbs up as a censor over something inappropriate. Anyway, I'm gonna give you all one round of words on stream, and we're gonna take an ad break so I can use the restroom and refill my water. Let me be right back. Ah, good teamwork, chat. Alright. Low of 15. We will get a full ad break in probably like 20 minutes. But, you know, we're fine. So, let's continue. We have... So, we have spent 2.5 hours on the first trial. This case is absurdly long. That was just a tease. You know, never mind, I'm not saying that. I'm hoping this part of the trial does not take that long. I don't want to be here till 1 a.m. But also, it's Saturday night, so maybe it will be. I'm interested in the plot development, though. March 22nd, 2:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian... No way! Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife that you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony, during the break, huh? God, she's so hot. Never mind. I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up? Then, dude, you're saying it was really her? Yes, she is the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Give me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix. You think her motive is related to Celeste Impacts' missing suicide note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impacts as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impacts suddenly killed herself, barefoot. It sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Corrida, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida. All to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible. But one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impacts. Wasn't it Gumshoe? Oh, it was Edgeworth. It was Edgeworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet. What is Edgeworth planning here? What is going on? March 22nd, 2:25 p.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 3. Killing yourself barefoot's a thing in Japanese media? Ah, okay.
Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court.
TV tropes barefoot suicide? Oh wow, there's a whole trope page on it.
Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrida's room. What is your occupation?
I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Engarde.
I see. Now then.
Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request.
Yes, sure. What is it?
I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently.
No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossip Land.
If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me.
Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim.
Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself.
So it was a fry and bait matter. Or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing.
But I didn't kill him.
No one is accusing you of that.
I think there's someone who would beg to differ.
I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then. Witness, Please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place.
I mentioned Adrian Andrews to Val before she went to bed and then showed her a picture because she couldn't remember, and she said, I like how she looks down on you even though she's shorter. That takes a lot of skill. I think someone else said that too. I feel like somebody said that last night as well. Yeah, it's why in some things like the My R song, you'll see the characters taking their shoes off. Ah, okay. I said that yesterday. Oh, okay. It's pretty great. I love her. When I found the body, it was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime photo. It felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice.
Huh? You poured yourself a glass of juice?
Yes. Sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing.
And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Phoenix. She's one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing.
Disrupt her pacing?
She's the type of woman who's easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? I would keep my offense up against her any day, chat. Anyway, let's save. Yeah, pouring yourself a glass of tomato juice in response to seeing a body is really funny. Nah, you'd fold. You know what's really funny? I am dating somebody who is not only shorter than me, but generally has more confidence in herself than I have in myself. And like, is very, very calm and collected, usually. And plays things close to the chest, right? I fold instantly for that woman. So you're right, I would fold. I would absolutely fold instantly. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. Called it. And what was Mr. Engarde doing at the time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony. Mr. Engarde did say he was taking a nap. Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes? Excuse me? It? What are you...
Objection. Right. I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Engarde's knife from his room?
No.
Subject, verb, object, right. Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue.
After that, I went to Juan's room. Called it. And why did you do that? As a friendly gesture. Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes. So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Let me press further. Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon? What are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim. Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at that time. I can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess.
May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room?
And there was his dead body. I was in shock.
Hold it.
You were in shock? What is shock? Something close to Mia's chest. Cooking Phoenix like that isn't necessary. It's necessary. What? Was I not supposed to be in his room? Or in shock? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person. And despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Corrida.
Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked.
Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not.
I see.
What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo.
Hold it.
This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. And the guitar case was like this too? Yes, it was open and empty, of course.
And then, what did you do next, witness?
I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice.
Hold it. Juice? Oops.
Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. You didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left in this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down, without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Corrida, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice. Correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank? I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? No. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. It's a big deal, lady. It's a big deal. Press further. Miss Andrews! I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was.
Actually, so would I.
I'm sorry. It's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Got her ass.
Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards.
It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case.
Why did you withhold such an important piece of information?
I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess.
It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony.
I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. I was the one who knocked the flower vase over where it fell onto the guitar case. Alright. Alright, chat watch. I'm about to end this whole woman's career.
Objection.
You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem. It's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what's so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside.
That's very true.
Furthermore, there's one other strange thing about this guitar case.
And what is that?
Well, let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor.
And what is wrong with that?
If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shard should be inside, not outside the case.
Objection! What is your point, right? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all?
Objection. No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else.
Yes, that's right. He did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. Objection! But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all.
That may very well be. However... Oh, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it?
It seems that there's no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case?
Yes. But in case I'm wrong, I guess you could say this is case closed. Well, I mean, you know, pretty open and shut case, if you get what I'm saying. I love how Edgeworth is clearly helping you again. I love it so much, yeah. A young beauty like her, guy trying to emulate what a straight guy would say. Oh, why are you booing me? With a good pun, but I had to bonk. I'm a genius at puns and wordplay.
Do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case?
Yes, make her testify. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle.
I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this.
But it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either.
Alright, I'll follow along. For now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case.
Yes, Your Honor. The guitar case. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know.
It looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting.
Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination.
Using any way to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man.
There's so much tension between them, chat. Alright. So... We can start investigating this testimony. After the ad break. Enjoy some words on stream. We'll be back in a few minutes to grill this woman. See you soon. Wait, what the fuck? They don't tell you the words that you guess? This is so fucked up. Oh, isn't it imbecile though? Oh, fuck. Wait. Oh no! Alright. Jesus Christ. Level 20 is fucked up and evil. Oh my god. Level 20's got hands. Alright, chat. Speaking of hands, let's get our hands on this woman. Let's cross-examine her. That and it required 5-letter words? Yeah. Insanity. Oh, let's continue. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed.
Called it.
During your testimony just now, how did you remember those events clearly in your mind? Well, you see... Are you sure you're the one who opened the guitar case? She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like her dependent side is taking over.
Well, Miss Andrews?
Yes, it was me. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Come on, Phoenix, we can't afford to let up on her now.
I wasn't planning on letting up, but...
She's at her weakest now, so this is our chance.
Yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with.
I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found.
That's the weapon, yeah.
Least confident answer possible, exactly. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over.
Hold it.
So you opened the guitar case then.
Hold on.
Stuff fell over on my desk. So you opened the guitar case then. Yes. Well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh. Mr. Corrida's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case.
Objection. As the witness has said multiple times, when she found the dead body, he was dazed.
Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it.
Why would she care about the bright red guitar?
But getting back on topic. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all.
Hold it.
Was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside.
Objection. How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials will be over in half the time if you would just pay attention. Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright.
Sorry. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know.
Hold it.
Was that because you were
shocked and dazed
at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it.
I'm not gonna get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try.
Okay, so we gotta find a contradiction here. I was a bit dazed, I must have opened the guitar case. Oh! No. This is actually easy. I see the contradiction. You opened the guitar case after you knocked the vase over. Actually. Right? Let me see. I opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. So you poured yourself a glass, you knocked the vase over, and then you opened the guitar case.
Makes no sense. Why would you do all that? Alright, well... Objection.
If you opened the guitar case, why are your fingerprints not on it?
There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. What is it, Miss Andrews?
You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case.
What do you mean?
What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time?
Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time?
It was the night of the awards ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves.
You are a bad liar. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. That's strange.
You were wearing gloves?
Isn't that a little strange?
Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time?
Come on, people. Take that.
I have your proof right here. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass.
Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Chat be normal, chat be normal, chat be normal, chat be normal, I'm normal, I'm normal, I'm very normal. I'm very normal about that. With how gullible he is, I bet I can convince him he owes me a lot of money. Yeah. Did she just put on a spare set of glasses? Do you not carry around spare glasses? Okay, I said that as a joke, but whenever I do go out, like especially when I travel to go see my girlfriend and stuff, I will legitimately pack a backup pair of glasses in my purse. You know, mostly for me, it's different pairs because I have different outfits I like to wear different glasses with. But also, you know, it doesn't hurt to have a backup pair. Oh, travel is different. She traveled to the court. But also, yes, the spare set of glasses is great. I can't make that noise, I'm sorry. It sounds like a moan. Order! Order! Order!
Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time.
What do you mean?
I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here.
But it's just an empty case.
I wonder if it really was empty, though.
But the guitar! The bright red guitar was at the studio!
Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar.
You don't mean... It was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves despite the fact that on the case... Objection! Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into its misguided... Objection! No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. Which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. Therefore, we must close this case right now. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene.
I'm sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder.
Objection. If you're so sure, right, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please enlighten us as to why this guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder.
Okay. Hey, Misaharu. Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello, hello. Good noise? Winter, you would say that. I know what you are. Thank goodness Phoenix has Mia. We'd have lost about 8 times over without her. Yeah? Why did this guitar case have anything to do with this murder?
Can you do that, Mr. Wright?
Well... Let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case.
The bright red guitar not being the only thing. You don't mean to suggest that a bright black guitar was inside the objection? So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty? Is that it, right?
I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove.
Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. And now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder?
I mean... there's only one thing that could have been in there. Take that.
But this is a photograph.
Yes, but what is important is what is in that picture, Your Honor.
In this picture?
It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is... inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume.
What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that?
That insane point would be the wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews?
I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea?
Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot. Correct?
You mean this photo? Order! Order! It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we?
Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later.
So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Objection! Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt Engarde's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room?
Yowie?
And inside the guitar case of all places. True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was this Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case?
I mean, it was a spare costume. Obviously, because Engarde was sleeping in his costume at the time. Right? It was a spare costume. Mr. Engarde did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. Get it? Because it was... Because it was in the case. In the guitar case. Hi, Tris. Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. I'm good. I hope you're well. I bet the Faye family isn't even sad at funerals. They're like, oh great, Auntie's gonna start fucking around in my body now. Just what I needed. No, you're right, though. You're right. In that case, the costume we're talking about was a spare one.
What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel?
Yes, that is what I am saying.
And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose.
I love clean houses, yeah.
But why? The victim, Mr. Corrido, was the Jammin' Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act?
And therein lies the sticking point.
Objection! What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue?
Huh?
No, I just... Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai's spare costume?
Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. You don't do that, Edgeworth. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai's spare costume to the hotel was... Oh! This dude had it out for him so bad. Take that.
What is this?
On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference.
A press conference?
Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference.
I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right?
But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Engarde himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night.
But how can that be?
The way I see it, that could mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida himself.
The victim?
Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for the very conference. Mr. Corrida was gonna hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai.
He was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference? But why would the victim do such a thing?
That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference.
The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself.
Which means that Juan Corrida, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was gonna speak about Matt Engarde.
Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's public disclosure. Miss Andrews?
I can see why you're pros at what you do.
Pardon me?
Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan.
Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this.
I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him? That was also me.
You?
Juan had been everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway.
He was going to ruin him, huh?
It looked like... It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What?
And do you know what the secret of Mr. Engarde's is, Miss Andrews?
That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is.
Ah, I see.
I've probably been coming off as quite suspicious to everyone. But that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt after all.
Protect Mr. Engarde? And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand. Witness testimony. Protecting Matt.
One sec.
What? Alright. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course. The button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him.
This does account for everything.
Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit.
If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I'm ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright.
Looks like somehow everything is swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. Hey Dale, thank you for the raid. Hello, hello. Hello everyone coming from Dale's stream. My name is Rika Readman, Calico Elf Librarian VTuber. I stream visual novels and horror games. And games with hot women in them. Like Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. Hello. If you enjoy those things, feel free to give me a follow. And chat, for everyone who isn't already following Dale, go give him a follow. Hold on. This is Warfare. Where is it? Where? There it is. Anyway, we are at the climax of the second trial of this case. So let's see what we have here. Witness testimony, protecting Matt. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what, and he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. As expected, Miss Andrews' testimony sounds really solid. Really? Because to me, it sounded a little wishy-washy.
Wishy-washy?
Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now. You'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk.
Got it, Chief. I'm gonna pin you down this time, Miss Andrews.
Wood. Alright. Let's start pressing. Hold it. Would you say that was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things.
3 things?
A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. If you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix. They didn't teach that to us in school. At least, not from what I remember. May I continue now? Pin down Miss Andrews, her fight or flight glasses explode, I have glass in my eyes. Why? Yeah, her, like, glasses are a good defense. Alright. So, we do have a motive. We do have an opportunity. But we need the decisive evidence. What puts her at the crime scene? Do we have decisive evidence on that? I mean this, but... From the moment... Okay. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. Bonk. Hold it. So would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event in that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt Engarde.
And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews?
Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume.
But I'm sure Mr. Engarde himself didn't know anything about the press conference.
Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference?
No.
Anyway, the important thing here is that this information was not in your testimony.
Yes, I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony if you please.
Not grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right.
What the fuck do you mean by that?
Rika, did I miss out on the end of the circus murder? You did. SMH my head. Hi Jason, welcome to the stream. I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right.
Hold it.
Has Mr. Engarde done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask?
You were the one who helped Mr. Corrido with his press conference.
And that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Engarde, yet you still helped out.
Objection. The person on trial right now is Mr. Engarde, right? What the witness was thinking helping the victim with his plan is none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill.
Why do I keep doing this to myself? What was that? Hold on, hold on. Why do you ask? We didn't get anything relevant from that. Yo, the braids are back! Let's go! I just dropped nearly $500 for one night of Weeb Hotel? Live your best life, Jason. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder.
Hold it.
But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Engarde was... taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Engarde? Yeah, Jason, explain Weeb Hotel to chat. YouTube chat wants to know. Muffin McFluffin just came back from Japan as well. Love lie? I don't have interest in this anymore. I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time.
I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however.
The judge is glaring straight at Mia. He's glaring at you, smart guy. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course. The button and the knife.
Hold it.
You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button?
The button?
It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
You're talking about this button, correct?
That button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama, isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence.
Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright.
Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. I like how she paused on man. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat.
Thank goodness Mia can still look at me.
With an icy stare, yes.
Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony.
That button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt.
Wait. No, it wasn't. No, the fuck it was not. If it was torn off during the fight, it wouldn't have blood on it because he was strangled. The stabbing didn't happen until after the fight was over.
And how do you know that? When the ends of the threads on the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly. Or, so I heard.
I've heard that before, too.
But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that. Just because I'm prepared and you are not. And I thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here. But where and what? No, that's wrong. There. I feel like this is where you slipped up, lady. Because you know why? Actually, it was torn off during the fight. Objection. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died.
And what does that mean?
Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off of the costume when?
After the knife was stabbed into the victim.
Exactly. Which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There's no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body.
Order! Order! What is the meaning? Objection! What is the meaning of this right?
So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What did that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve?
What purpose?
We now know this button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. And that would mean that the murderer had something in mind. Wouldn't it?
Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it?
To pin the crime on Engarde. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Engarde. And there's no way anyone would put a bloody button in their own pants. That's right. Mr. Engarde was set up. By the real killer, of course.
And real murderer is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then?
Finally. Can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Engarde is... She's the only one who could have done it. Take that. Miss Adrian Andrews, I choose you! You are Mr. Corrida's killer. What?
Order, order, order! Mr. Wright! This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge?
Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. What? How preposterous! You can't stick any of that on me! I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Engarde, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. I love that animation so much. Then, what about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Engarde was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Engarde's Hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you, yet again, Miss Andrews.
I see. What about the empty guitar case?
That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. Chat, have I ever told you that I have a really, really big attraction to shoulders and bare backs like that? Anyway, that costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No,
Objection! But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's right.
That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So, to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposefully left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, he was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. And to top it all off, there's this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Engarde. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature. Are you not? Please, stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time.
Miss Andrews?
I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me.
Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testimony if the testimony can cause damage to themselves.
What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Engarde's room... Adrian Andrews? Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? Alright. That's it. That's when Franziska planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things look bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done?
What's wrong, right? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless.
What?
Everything you have proven is circumstantial.
Circumstantial?
Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Corrida. But, Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Corrida?
I'm afraid of what Edgeworth is planning here. I'm so afraid of what's about to happen. I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering.
But, Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think?
Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation.
I think we've reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid, definitive proof.
But that's not true.
In this situation, there's only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess.
Recess?
I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter. And at tomorrow's trial...
Tomorrow? We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Hold it! Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial... Please continue the trial. Hold on one sec. Sorry, I thought I heard knocking on my outside door. The trial. Please continue the trial.
What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he?
that. Not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya...
But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... Objection! It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you... It's true Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation was something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but... Actually, there's one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews. When you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and? I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. Edgeworth is carrying Phoenix through this right now. Jesus Christ. Yeah, pleading the fifth would have, like, literally just Phoenix, right? If the first person Phoenix won a case against knew how to plead the fifth, he would not have a career. Edgeworth is edging this case. You know it. Wasn't Edgeworth literally just earlier defending she would be dazed and not taking the most logical actions? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck Edgeworth is doing right now. Like, what is this guy's goal? What is he thinking? What is going on with this guy? Alright. When I found the body, that glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan? He was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. Dog, what? This testimony just contradicts, like, literally everything you just testified to in the past hour. This is legit the first time he doesn't try to take the recess. Oh, that could be fair. He probably senses that something is wrong, right? He's probably like, I understand something is wrong here. Alright. So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. I don't think that's trivial at all. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the fuck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
I don't know why. I don't know why I replaced heck with fuck. I just felt like it felt correct at the moment. That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. Phoenix would not say fuck. Phoenix would say fuck. I didn't really pour it for myself. Hold it. But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. Phoenix would say frick. Oh, no, you know what? You're right. My bad. You're right. Then, who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there's a rhyme and reason for everything. Can you wait just a little longer for it to be revealed to you? In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. Hold it. So, it was a mess? Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Corrida? Objection. I understand your frustrations at not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. Grrr. And then what did you see next, witness? And Juan? He was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought that he had just fainted or something. So, I went to pour him some juice. I forgot I'm supposed to be pressing these. My bad. Hold on. I forgot I was supposed to be pressing these. He was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. Hold it. Slumped over? Yes. He was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. Hold it. Then what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix. Ayo? I'm being bonked. Hi, Serena. Hola. Penguin and Kingdom is sliding in. What's so funny is I had your stream up in the background, so I think I'm technically a raider as well. Oh, how was Prison Princess? How was it? I was peeking in, like, during my ad breaks and stuff, and I saw so many penguin sensors. It was really funny. Literally, like, every time I peeked in for one of my ad breaks, I just saw, like, the big thumbs up Gormando, like, covering a girl's legs or something. Hey, thank you for the follow, the Lich King 69-6. Oh, it was Kingu. Sorry, Kingu, that's right. It's wonderful. I'm gonna check the VOD. Anyway, hello everyone going to Serena's stream. My name is Rika Readman, comic book librarian VTuber. I stream visual novels and horror games, not fan service games like a certain someone here. We're currently in the middle of case 4 for Ace Attorney Justice for All. Have a good night, Serena. Thank you for the raid. I'll talk to you later, okay? Te amo. Anyway, hi. If you like visual novels or horror games, feel free to give a follow. Funny lawyer game, heck yeah. This is my first time going through the series, so like I'm blind on most of this. So like I'm excited. This game is really good. Also, hi Mytha, thank you for checking in. Prison Princess, no wonder you saw penguin sensors. Yeah. Alright, let's continue pressing this testimony. And then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyways, that's what I thought.
I see, so you didn't think he was dead at all.
To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice.
Hold it.
You thought he fainted? I thought he was asleep at first. But then the room was in such a messy state. I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone.
And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice.
Yes, he always has a hard time waking up. So Juan always has a glass of tomato juice to drink.
I see. And after that, what happened next?
When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over.
Hold it.
And how did you come to realize that he was in fact dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backward.
And knocked the flower vase over, so that's what happened.
Yes. This is what it all comes down to.
Huh?
This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Isn't that a bit harsh? Miss Andrews, will you just tell us the truth this time? Alright, chat. Let's think on this for a sec, but I have an ad break right now. So for those of you coming from the raid, we have a tradition. We do words on stream on every ad break. Please enjoy. Type in your guesses in chat as we go. See y'all in a few minutes. Alrighty, chat room. I believe in you. Also, hi, Vicky. Welcome to the stream. Alrighty. I think this is going to be the end of this trial after this, so... Actually, no. I might regret it if I say that. But also... Nah, let's just get to the case. I was gonna say I'll let you guys continue playing words on stream until you lose, but like... No, I want to get to this case. I want to see what happens. You want to read all the Love Live Hotel before end of stream to roast me? Let me see. I totally lied in playing We'd Ever Lose. Let me see. What is this Love Live Hotel thing first, real quick? Manic. Damn, that's in language I can't read. I will not roast you today, Jason. You do that plenty yourself. Anyway, let's continue. So we went through her testimony and pressed everything. Celebrating her birthday with a lantern festival and fireworks. I mean, that's pretty cool. I would do the same for, like, Nakane Shijo or something. From Idolmaster. I used to have this tradition with all the other Takanepis where like we would all go out and get ramen on her birthday and post pictures on social media. Do one for Edgeworth? Oh my god. Alright. So, let's find the contradiction here. He was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. I think this is weird. Slumped over? Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. I don't think that's accurate. Oh, okay, he does look like he's sleeping. Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? But also, like... Let's just try this. Is it here, or is it the next one? Like, would you not notice the knife sticking out of his body and the blood on his outfit? Okay, not there. It contradicts this evidence. I feel like the knife is important detail. Yeah, it's a little bit of an important detail. Maybe I have to present the knife. The thought he was dead didn't cross my mind. Then what did cross your mind? He had smashed everything in anger. I thought he had just fainted or something. That's why I knocked the flower vase over. He was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. What about, like, the knife? I might have to present it to the next comment instead. Okay, I have to present it to the next comment instead, I think. Hold on. The important thing is finding which comment we have to present this to. The thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. Objection. Yeah, it was the next one. So... You honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body? What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Corrida's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that here was a dead man. That's... well, you see... I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted, and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is... Miss Andrews. Oops. Your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly. That you are the real killer. Look how cute she is. Look how cute she is. No! Your point is, Your Honor, can I smack some sense into you?
It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light.
What the fuck, Phoenix? You made her cry? Good. Girls are cuter when they're crying. How many pairs of glasses is that now? It's gotta be at least 5. What a cute little killer.
It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Engarde, is not guilty after all.
But that's impossible. You're wrong. You're no longer denying it? Denying what?
Miss Andrews, try to have some composure.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt. I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. Sadist elf? Yeah. That's true. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because...
Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you?
I refuse to testify.
Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt Engarde's innocence has been clearly demonstrated.
Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't.
And now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt Engarde. Objection! Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple, because I fucking hate Phoenix. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth.
I thought we were done with this. I thought it was over. Chat, I thought it was over. Holy shit.
The absolute real truth? What are you? Witness, don't you understand yet?
Huh?
I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Engarde will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party.
That's a lie. I don't believe you.
What?
I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then, right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss Von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Matt Engarde will be acquitted. Is it ethical to ship Francisca Von Karma with Adrian Andrews for Toxic Yuri? That's extreme Toxic Yuri, chat. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging onto them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? I mean, it could also be the guy whose name is literally the killer. All we have to do now is get her not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you, please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help. Please, someone, help me.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
The court can't continue on like this, therefore I'd like to hear what you intend to do.
What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say?
I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who's the real mastermind behind this crime.
Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there. Right?
Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
I'm forcing you to testify. You know what the wild part of this? Phoenix talking shit on Edgeworth about only caring about winning? This is so funny, right? Because Phoenix Wright just looks like the asshole here. You think the killer would do that? Kill someone? Alright, just tell us the mastermind, lady. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you're really hiding.
Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Sure, Mr. Engarde would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this really how you want this trial to end? Why am I being bonked? Why? I didn't even do anything that time. I didn't say anything. Is this how you really want this trial to end? But be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me.
That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth.
You're wrong.
What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this, however.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Hold on, sorry. My blanket got caught in my, chair wheel.
Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court.
Stop.
Mr. Edgeworth? This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness.
What?
And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past.
Stop. Please stop.
No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here.
That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report.
What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews.
The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please, please stop! I beg you! If people find out... Oh!
If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. What?
Edgeworth, how can you be so cold?
However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still-breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me.
I'll talk, but please help me. Nothing matters anymore. Bruh, why are there so many fucking testimonies in this part of the trial? Jesus fucking Christ. I'm so glad we dedicated 4 days to this case. Yeah, like, okay, here's the thing. Edgeworth is crossing a line here. He is very much crossing a line. However, it really is the only way that she was going to talk. It's the only way that this was going to happen. It's a very difficult conversation to have, probably. Getting somebody who's this closed off and secretive about their trauma to talk. But it had to happen. It has to happen for the truth to come out, right? You're gonna need more than 4 days. Fuck. Witness testimony. My crime. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted. Honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then, I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume.
Stab the body with a knife? But why would you do that?
Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man.
What do you mean by all of this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but... this is the truth.
The real killer is Matt. That scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time.
Last time?
What?
So Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Corrida, in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt Engarde for the murder. And this is her crime.
What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer?
Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination.
Okay. When I first saw him, I really thought he'd fainted. Then I realized he was dead. I formulated my plan. I made sure there's no one in the hallway. I made a dash back. Then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. When I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience, and that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. What was that inconvenience? Hold it. An inconvenience? There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth.
That's Miss Oldbag for you.
I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. That's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. I don't want to concede, but this testimony, it rings of the truth. I'm sorry, Phoenix. No, please, don't apologize to me. We were both taken by surprise. Still, I'm sorry. Let's start pressing. Mia is, solemn right now. Bet my spikes is Phoenix proud of his spiky hairstyle. It's natural, he's had it since his childhood. When I first saw him, I thought he had fainted. Honest. But you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you didn't know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. But that scarf is a part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan.
Hold it.
What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. Weakest weak point. Foolish fool. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought, I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt.
So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button.
The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room.
Hold it.
That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then, I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button.
Hold it.
So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect.
So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Engarde's hakama?
Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume.
Hold it.
You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony.
You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct?
Yes, Juan wanted to wear the costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there.
And what is the secret?
That... I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, Then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I missed it. Fuck. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume.
I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Engarde's room and planted the button.
Into Matt's hakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it.
My word! What does all this mean?
Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Engarde. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk.
Francisca, huh?
One sec. He said that I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words.
What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer.
Wait, Your Honor. The defense still...
Objection. Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright.
But...
Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today.
Today's trial, it's over. And I didn't win an acquittal.
Witness, would you mind if I asked you something?
Edgeworth? What is it?
Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it?
Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now. I found this in the room on that day.
Hello? That's a huge piece of evidence! Why would you withhold that until now?
She did say she didn't remember that. Because incrimination? That makes sense. Maya's dead? Yeah, she died. Goodbye, Maya. We'll miss you. The Room? That shitty movie by Tommy Wiseau?
That day?
Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body? I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket.
Hello?
But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why... Hold it.
Witness, that card. Give it to me! Hurry!
Edgeworth.
Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This... I can't believe you hid this from me all this time!
I didn't mean to. What is this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card. What in the world is it? And what does it mean? To be continued. Holy shit. This is so intense. Jesus Christ. Chat, we don't know what happened to Maya. This is such an insane cliffhanger. What the fuck? Oh my god. I thought we saw Maya broke out. I think Maya did break out, yeah. So she's... My prediction is she broke out. We'll meet up. And she'll give us the card, and that'll give us everything we need to pin the crime on Dakilla. I'm sure I'm glad that they named him Dakilla, so that we know that he's the killer. Do we gotta keep going? No. It's 12:30. And we're starting the investigation. So, the plan is, let's next Friday, we'll come back to this fresh on the investigation. How do we know he's the killer? Fresh on the investigation. Because his name is Dakilla. So I'm free from Rika roasting, right? Yeah, you lived now, bitch. Damn, what if he's not, though? The killer of all people? He's the killer. Trust. Trust. Trust, he's the killer. Trust. But yeah, Edgeworth's reaction to... Why? Edgeworth's reaction to the, to like her being like, hey, by the way, I found this card, was so... Why? It was like the exact same way I felt. I'm like, what the fuck is... Why would you not point this out? Why did you not say anything about this? Why would you... Everyone is so mean to me. Everyone is so mean to me. Alright, chat. Is there anyone I know? Why? Why am I a marketable plushie now? Hey, yo? Yo, Spanish Ace Attorney? That's hype. Wait, why is this may contain sexual themes? Hold on. Also, hi, Vicky. Welcome to the stream. Well, I mean, I said that earlier, but... More 1 billion hours? Oh, no. I heard this case is, like, really long. I don't see what that has to do with it, his name being the killer or the card. Yeah, you know what? Fair enough. You're right. It's a red herring, you know? It doesn't have anything to do with the case. Anyway, chat. Thank y'all for coming by tonight. I gotta find someone to raid. I have to find someone to raid. Who are we raiding? I am like tempted to raid Lita or Chick. They're on 100 line, Last Defense Academy, but like... Actually, that's the end of my sentence. Does she know what? Do I know what? It's the longest one, but it's the most interesting one. Yeah, Chick's deep in the 100-line plot. Where's Lita at? Hold on, let me see. Where is Lita at? I don't know when the last time we raided Lita was. Be right back. Ad break. Let's see, a 3 ad break has started. I might stall for time on this one. Alright, chat. So, here's the thing. Next Friday, we'll do the investigation. And I am praying that we can do it in one day. And I am also praying we can do both trials in one day next Saturday. But, you know, why? I keep hearing this case is extremely long, so like, maybe I'm being too hopeful. I don't know. Thank you for your streaming. Thank you all for coming by. I appreciate all of you. Ad break is over. We're so back, boneheads. Let me see if I can wait for her to, like, come back here. Ah. Do you really think our character's name would have any correlation to their behavior in Ace Attorney of all games? Yeah. You need to watch the archive of the circus case? Yeah, you do. You can check it on YouTube. Yeah, go type in ! YouTube. Go. You can go to the live tab and see all the VODs. Okay, you're still gone. Maybe I'll check. Wait, what is this? What is Azura doing? Azura's ending her stream, that's what she's doing. Celeste? You join me on YouTube chat? Yeah, chat. Go join Muffin McFluffin in YouTube chat. Remember you're gonna make Marvel video again? Is 2-3 day 1 streaming deleted? Oh, you know what? On YouTube, I forgot to send that to YouTube. I have to upload it. Actually, no, it should be uploaded. Hold on. YouTube Studio? Yeah, here we go. Public. Publish. VOD. Alright, there you go. 2-3 day 1 is on YouTube now. I forgot to make it public after I uploaded the VOD. My bad. Chat. I don't know who to send y'all to. I think we're just gonna send you to Chick. Let's send you to Chick. Thank you for reminding me. Go enjoy some 100-line Last Defense Academy. I swear I don't bite anymore, Pinky promised. Yeah, we defanged Muffin McFluffin in YouTube chat. Don't worry about him. Oh my god. Anyway, yeah. Thank y'all for stopping by. Ace Attorney continues to be amazing. I love this series. Tomorrow afternoon, in about 13 and a half hours, we'll be doing a watch party in Discord. !Discord if you're not in there. We will be doing Gurren Lagann, the movie. The first movie. So if you haven't seen it, consider stopping by. That'll be starting at 2 p.m. Eastern. I paid off the dentist to make it look like I was defanged. Freaking. Part 2 movie will be next week, yes. So we'll be doing part 1 tomorrow, and then part 2 next Sunday. So, look forward to it. And then look forward to... I'll put out a stream schedule either tomorrow night or Monday morning. So, that being said, I'm off. Oh wait, Rika Amigos, Murder Raid. There you go, chat. If you're subbed, that's the raid message. Okay, this is going off. Bye! Adios, Rika Amigos! Bye, YouTube.
Oh shoot. Hey Rika. Hey Bika Beedman. Murder raid? Zam. Please don't murder me. I'm trying to avoid getting murdered, actually.